Hello, everybody. Hmm. Shit. Ah, my penguin overlay. I knew something was missing. There we go. Jump scare. I was in the void. Um. Let's see here. Hello, hello. Yeah, we're just downloading the latest updates. And always a pleasure to have you early viewers popping too. I will say that as well. It's I'm always pleasantly surprised that anyone shows up, stream, you know, early on point. Always fun. So I bought the new Red Bull, Fuji apple and ginger flavor. We'll see what that's like. Okay. Okay. That's not bad. That's not bad. Fuji apple ginger Red Bull. Go to your local store and get it. It's the winter edition. I will say Red Bull overall quite good flavors. All right. I'm just gonna hop in a sweater because it's quite cold here. So. Yeah, I probably should have done this earlier today, but so yeah, we're gonna be continuing the work of I guess we can work on the script while we do this actually. So the music volume seemed to work, although it's overall quite quiet. But we have the check for calculate culling, right? So here the thing is, if not is called, and it's not chasing, and it's not dead. But here's the thing, so true, Gamer47, so true. Newt D, Corngwin, yeah. How are you do, First Penguin Lord? And yeah, how do you do, Gamer47? You've been here before? I think you have. Or maybe that was Gamer46. Probably. So I'm thinking here, the thing is, with your new GF, wait, but you're not, who was it? Jun. Who was it that had the, talking about the X? Who was that talking? Sai. Sai was talking about the X. You're not Sai. Sai's the one who talks about GFs. But I'm happy that Penguin Heist can provide you and your GF some intimate fun times. You know, that's why I made Penguin Heist in the first place. Okay, so motion sickness. Yeah. It can introduce some motion sickness for some people. I've heard. But you know, that's the problem of the game being like physics based, so yeah, it's important. The problem is that when they're dead, we don't want the animation to start. I love importing shit. Okay, let's think about this. So, hello. I guess we can maintain this is transitioning from culling. Is incapacitated. We can do this. Equals is incapacitated. Buggy? Yeah, it's probably because of the import. It's slowing down my processor if that's the reason, but I don't know if that's the bugginess you're talking about. Two Dutch streamers' streams got cut off by the server. I'm sure they deserved it, so it's probably fine. Who's with me? Hey, thanks, Twitch. If your mom dot is gay, people cur element, people make by name, Goidelify, that's crazy. Oh no. Import. Um, allow colon equals. So this should, in theory, this should allow us to have enemies that actually get cold physically as we kill them. We good. I need to start Penguin World again. Hello, Life of Srian. What's up? Yeah, some might think you're the first Penguin Lord. uh, how to attach an API to System as a Service? That's like a way too broad question. Way too broad of a question. I mean, you could like reroute requests through your service. You could post an API yourself. I don't freaking know. It's depends what like. I'm developing a game called Penguin Heist. Penguin Heist. Hello, Cat Taurus. Now we're talking cat. Cat Taurus. Wait, what's the stat saying? It's quite bad performance. Something using... well, this game is already out in early access. I mean, it's levels, so it's not technically story mode, but I guess in a way it's story mode, because, I mean, there is a bit of a story to follow, in a sense. Oh, none of them are getting cold, that's why. I'm essentially completely self-taught. I mean, I went to university for computer science, but I didn't do any game development degree or anything like that. So essentially just self-taught, yeah. I don't think there's any, like, you know, even a game development degree is not going to teach you everything you need to know to become a game developer. A nice killer. 007. Okay, let's see. So okay, looks pretty good. The game is about doing heists. So you play as like a penguin and you're like breaking into places and stealing shit and killing other penguins and, you know, all that good fun. I wonder, like... Like, this guy is cold. Except he isn't. Thanks, Cloud. Mm-hmm. Wait, but he's not cold then. Is cold is false. Is his state chasing? It is chasing. Okay. What's happening? What do you want it to be doing? Right now I'm just optimizing the way that because this game is all about physically active, you know, it's simulating physically active ragdolls, and having too many physically active ragdolls at a time is, you know, wasting resources. So right now I'm working on like pulling the pulling basically the physics while they're dead. Optimization must be a pain. I mean, I would say yes and no. It's like there are many obvious things you can do to optimize a game like this, but it's all multiplayer, so it is a bit of a tricky situation in that sense. I think it's quite fun to optimize actually, because you can get like so much better all the time. It's really, you know, because it is an in-depth simulation that's going on in this game. Let's see here. So he's moving. Should be getting cold quite soon. He's patrolling. Joints are active. He is not getting cold. At what point do you draw a line when the game is complete? Do you just make goals when one's obtained is finished, or keep optimizing and improving nonstop? I think you have to set some end goal. Not necessarily. I don't know. I think it's because when it comes to like a game that you're working on, you always get diminishing returns, right? Because as the scale of the game grows, the relative quality of the work you're committing towards the game decreases, and that's just a fact, right? If you have a game that's 1,000 hours long, adding one more hour of story to that game is not going to make that game that much better. But if you have a game that's 1 hour long, adding 1 hour amount of story to that, that's going to make it twice as, you know, good, if we're talking about like length equals quality. And I think at some point you just have to realize yourself, where's that cutoff going to be for whatever you're working on. Now, some developers optimize their game essentially to be like, as soon as they start seeing diminishing returns that are at all significant, they say, this game's done, ship it, you know? And they make like really small self-contained experiences. But then you have developers like, I don't know, let's take Rockstar, for example, who go into like the smallest minute detail and just add. Same with like Kojima and Death Stranding and like Metal Gear Solid. Like, look at the amount of detail that exists in those games. And it's like, obviously all of these are like, you know, diminishing return additions, but at the same time, it's like the small parts make up the whole. So in those cases, it's like the details that make those games what they are. But yeah, that's like a long-winded explanation of how I feel about that. Oh, and balance. No. I appreciate it, Killer. Okay, so let's see now. If we go up to this guy. He doesn't get unculled. Physics. Called enemy physics color. I think. Oh, it's on the nav mesh? Ah. Okay, maybe it should just be on that one then. I think so. And then we go to Ghost Bone. If gb.physicalbone equals root dot transform, then gb dot ghost root. Pretty sure. Or just, yeah. Because the ghost bone would be, yeah, okay. Cool. So now we can vote restart. Official Plunger VR. I study computer science, but look, like, when the question comes, like, did you study computer science or were you self-taught? Like, computer science teaches you computational concepts. It doesn't make you a good programmer, right? So in reality, you're not, don't expect to, like, if any of you have like prospects to go into computer science or whatever like that because you want to learn to make games, computer science is not going to make you a good coder. It's not going to make you a competent game developer. You can do 5 years, get a bachelor's and master's in computer science and still like suck. So just, you know, be aware of that. Everyone in game dev, unless they went to like a freaking game dev course or whatever, is self-taught. Right, okay. Oh, nice. So I shouldn't depend on what my college is going to teach me. I see. I just started in my second year right now. Yeah, it's like if you're doing computer science, what they teach you is essentially efficient computation, computing computationally difficult problems, right? That's what computer science is all about. Which makes sense considering that computer science itself originates from even before computers as machines existed. A computer was a person who computed things. You know, you'd have rows and rows of people sitting in front of, you know, essentially like pieces of pen and paper and a bunch of, you know, math problems, and they'd just be computing. And then you'd use computer science for that in order to optimize the way in which they'd compute the problems so they don't have to do as many computations, right? Because you want it to go fast. But then all of a sudden we got these machine computers, these computer machines, and they changed the game entirely. What they did is they allowed computation to be essentially automated, and then with that came the programming languages, right? And that's why in computer science you're doing programming languages, not because you're supposed to be developing software necessarily, but because you're solving computational problems. That's what they're teaching you in computer science. Now you might take some electives and you might have part of your curriculum some software development courses, but that's not what they're actually teaching you. And that's why I'm saying, like, unless you're going to like a game development college or a game development course, you're not going to be learning how to make a game. That's not what they're teaching you. So if you want to teach that, if you want to learn that, just teach yourself. Go out there, learn that stuff on your own. And I would argue that even like game development courses are probably not the best option for you. If you really burn for it, if you have like a drive, you should just go out and learn it. Don't wait for someone to teach you. Hello, Cyprem. I need to learn coding and I have no experience at all. Is it possible to learn in watching videos? I mean, you're gonna learn something from watching a video. I mean, you go to university and you watch lectures, right? But the only way to truly learn something is first learning it through exposure and then forcing yourself to recall it by doing tests, right? The way you retain memory is exposure and recall. Exposure, recall. Every time you force your brain to recall something you've learned, you get one step closer to remembering it long term. It's you. I think one thing is that people think that once you're exposed to something enough times that you'll know it, but that's actually not the case. If you're trying to learn a language, you can't just go and like read. You have to actually test yourself. If you don't force yourself to try to recall the material, you don't build those neural connections that allow your brain to even recall what you've been taught in the first place. So just, you know, don't stop learning, I guess. That's what I thought. 5 that penguin an ice. Oh, give that penguin an ice skates while sprinting. I mean, they belly slide. You see, like this. I don't know. Penguins are spinning quite a bit. But they're like the animation. If simulating physics and is called. Santos es el jefe. Yeah, so true. I never learned math. That's what scares me the most in math, and I think math is important for coding, I guess. Or it's giving you time and mind to learn. Well, so depending on what you make, like algebra can be sort of like, if we're talking like linear algebra, can be pretty much irrelevant for like 99% of your project, depending on what you're making. If you're making like Balatro, you don't need much math. Even though it's a math, you know, forward game, you don't need. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Jay Jacini, thank you. Generally what coding is about is logical sequences and a thing called discrete mathematics. So you're working with like graphs, states, Markov chains, essentially, you know, probabilities, which is, you know, it doesn't have to be that advanced mathematically. It's stuff you learn in grade school, or like upper grade school, maybe high school. Basic stuff. Nowhere near university level mathematics. But if you're doing like physics simulations, that's when it can start to get tricky mathematically. But in general, you don't need a math background to do any sort of coding. Not really. Oh, yeah, okay, it's not. Is there like, launch this on abstract chain? What the fuck is abstract chain? Some crypto bullshit? Hell nah. Fuck crypto. Right. Yeah. Fuck blockchain, fuck crypto, fuck NFTs. It's bullshit. Hello, macaroni. But glad you like my work, buddy. There we go. Now it's nice. How long have you been coding, and what made you decide to start coding in the first place, if you mind telling me that? My first exposure to programming was like 2012 when I was in like 5th grade. And then I don't know, I thought it was interesting that you could like assign values to text. I was like, oh, cow equals 5. That's hilarious. But yeah, then I was aware of programming, and then I ran into like Unity, and I was like, ooh, there's game engines. And I started using Unity in like 2014, tinkered with that for many years. On and off, just for fun, like making memes, sent to my friends and stuff. And then in 2018, or 2019, really, so like 2 years after I started my university education in computer science, I was like, hey, I want to start doing this game thing a bit more seriously, and now I am where I am. So... What software? I use Unity3D. Thank you, Macaroni. I am Tux's relative, so I use Unity3D. I use JetBrains Rider, although I am right now learning Vim and Vim Motions. So hopefully we'll make the transition to Vim. I use Blender 3D for my 3D modeling. I use GIMP for texture editing. I use Audacity for audio processing, and Logic Pro on my MacBook for music. And that's essentially it. Do you use Unity? Yes. What laptops do you use for all those software? MacBook? Well, I'm using Windows for this stream. This is my main workstation, but for any other programming like out and about, or if I want to program in like the couch in the living room, you know, I use my MacBook. And that's a MacBook M1, or is it? Maybe it's M2. It's at least the max one. I'm 14 years old, and I really like making mini games in Unity for itch.io, but little by little I'm losing motivation for my project. Is this usually in dev? I would say so. Are you finishing your mini games? Like, are you actually making them to completion? And do you feel like they're done when you upload them to itch.io? And 14 years old is a great age to start, by the way. And also another question is, do you feel like you're learning things? Do you feel like you're getting better? Because I think finishing things and feeling like you're actually learning things are the two most important parts of becoming a good game developer. You've been coding for a while? Are you still learning, or are you at the place you can say I made learning, but learning never ends no matter? I mean, learning never ends. That's what I'll say. It's I think when you feel like you've learned everything you need to know, you need to just do a reality check, because you haven't. You have not. But yeah, I think most developers lose motivation working on long-term projects. That's not strange. That's not strange at all. But I think generally if you're seeing projects through to completion, that's good. Okay, I don't know why. Is incapacitated, is knocked out, is dead, is burning. Yeah, that's the one. Yes, but I always try to make full version of my game jam games, but I never finish them. I always need game jam to finish projects. Okay, yeah. So for sure sounds like you're struggling a bit with motivation. I know I finished my first game. It wasn't during a game jam, but my second game that I put out and put a price tag on, I made after doing it in a game jam. But I think what gave me the motivation to continue after that was that I won the game jam with that game, and I was like, hey, okay, if I can win this game jam, then I'm sure I can win over the hearts and mind of an audience. And so then I continued and I made like, okay, I'm gonna make like a big size project now. But yeah, I think for me, what I wished I did sooner was making, if you have, imagine your abilities as a developer as being like a battery, essentially, where you can only work on a project so big until your battery percentage hits 0. If your battery percentage hits 0, it's a non-rechargeable battery, and you have to move on to the next project because you're just simply too demotivated to continue working on the one you're working on, right? You have to figure out how large that capacity is for you right now. As a beginner developer, you're not going to have that large of a capacity to work on big size projects. You're just not. You're going to get demotivated. You're going to get tired of what you're doing. You're not going to see any end in sight for the projects you're working on. So try to figure out where that limit goes for you, because the most satisfying thing about being a developer is seeing a project through to the end where the entire game experience is complete. Audio, visual, gameplay, story if you have that. And then also the packaging, right? So the release, the cover art, the main menu, the game settings, like setting audio, key bindings. Have that full project and ship it on itch.io. Doesn't have to be Steam at all. Use itch.io. Just see it through to the end and see what happens. But realistically, if we go back to the battery comparison, your battery is not going to have the capacity to work on a 1-year project. Maybe not even a 1-month project, right? Maybe at most a 1-month project. So work within those parameters and see where it can take you. Do you work for other people also? Do you offer freelance? I don't freelance, no. I just work on my own. Okay, I think this is working. I'm gonna... see here. I think the culling, we can essentially say that complete. Dead body lag. Bit. Let's see. Dead body lag is hopefully done, but let's see here about the claymore. Dropped item. Let's see here. Target. Oh, right. Okay.
Brittaball_ said, "Roses are red. I miss frost."
Death to Frost, death to Frost. The wicked Frost is dead. He's dead. Good news. The wicked Frost is dead. I will sub to Frost. Okay. Let's see. Oh shit, I need to restart Unity because I think there's like... Bengo inu haistu. Yeah, I think the problem is that I always try to add more and more content in my minigame jam games. And for this, I never finish full projects. Now I'm working to add more content to a game that I submitted to Game Jam, but I think the best way that I can follow is stop adding more extra content and finish the game now, since I'm losing motivation and I don't think I could add all the content I want to the game. Yeah, but that's the thing. It's like your focus, with the battery analogy again, shouldn't be on content, because that's how you burn yourself out. You're not going to finish a game if you have endless amounts of content that you have to add. I feel like, I've been through the ringer, and I'm not a senior developer at all, but I've worked on projects for, multiple years. And I just didn't have that mindset to begin with, that I could even sit down and do that. I just couldn't. It's a mindset you build over time, working on increasingly large projects. Your first 10 projects or so aren't going to be that big. Because you have to be a bit insane to be okay to gamble with your time in that way. There's no other way around it. A normal, healthy mind does not want to sit down at a desk however many days in a year to see through like a 5-year game, right? They just don't. That's not interesting to them. And it's not even interesting to most beginner developers, because it's like, that's an insane amount of work.
Britterball _ said, "They're Daldurni. Problem is corn. It's always the corn."
Birday. Good point, Birdball. Good point. Birday. You said it yourself. I'm not gonna argue. Okay, not sure what happened there. Mm. What the fuck? Something happened? Why no clicky? Um, I don't know. I'll just restart Unity. That's freaking weird. That's messed up. Because I'm running the same version on my Mac and it's working, so. Hello, off Danims. I mean, I was able to host. I don't know if I was able to click the... Um... Main camera is camera.main. Maybe that's the issue. Because these are all tagged Debug and raycast. Yeah, it's sending raycast, but it's not hitting shit. What the fuck? We can do debug.drawRay. The fuck? Okay. I mean, it's sending rays. Layer UI. Hey, yo, what the fuck? What happened? You're hitting back. Oh, that's the max distance. Okay, this is really weird. Raycast UI interaction. One second, I'm just gonna Google this. Mm. Wait, I'm just gonna double check. Can I hover these on the Mac? Yeah, because that, I mean, it's working on the Mac. There's no reason this shouldn't be working. Is there a way to like reboot the Unity physics or something? Yeah, well, it is the device somehow, but I don't know what part of it. Mm, I'm just gonna see, like, does it hit anything? Like, these don't even get hit. Um, but the raycasts are being drawn though, so I mean they're hitting something. Mm, they'll share this private raycast hit. Hits equals new raycast hit. I don't know, 10 or something. Oh. var hits equals if it's greater than 0. Or it's working on the Mac is what I'm saying. So yeah, see Jay Gosini. Have a good one. Yeah, that doesn't work either. Back. If its trigger doesn't change anything. I mean, because it's not even printing that it hits anything. What, like, this is the most absurd error I've ever had. Yeah, we'll just look at the version control and see what changes. How long? A little while. I would say, earnestly, I've probably been a Unity developer since like 2020. But I've dabbled in Unity since like 2014, 2013 already. Like, dude, this is freaking weird. Oh, wait. There is a sync. Okay, let's see here. What changes? Okay, there are a bunch of changes that I didn't accept on the Mac version. Dynamics Manager. Oh, edit. Project settings. I would say go 3D, but that's just because I love 3D, so. Huge 3D fan. Mm. Yeah, it's like I think if you love art, like 2D art, go 2D. If you don't like 2D art, don't go 2D. Don't. Not worth it. I don't think 2D is fun to work in. I think it's limiting. And I think the competition in 2D is also very rough. I'm just looking here to see. I mean, it says that I'm making basically making like a heist game for penguins. I'm wondering if that's the issue. I'm gonna see here, Dynamics Manager. Yeah, exactly. Wait, where is the Dynamics Manager? Project settings. Let's see. The Dynamics Manager. Hello, Purple Beaks. Welcome. Let's see if this does it. No. So then what change happened? I mean, I would say I don't think it's a bad idea to learn Python at all as a first language. However, don't do just Python. I would argue do Python first, then when you feel comfortable, like making, coding logical sequences, assigning variables, making methods and whatever, then move over to C, just pure C. Because that's going to teach you so much about how a computer actually works. And you're going to get a lot out of that. Even though it's insanely difficult, it's so going to be worth it. Nice. I'm very confused. Is there anything that will like like what import is physics? I mean, it's, I wouldn't even argue that it's you have to keep in mind that I would say that there's a big difference between a programming language and a scripting language. A script has generally like a small focused reason for existing. But a programming language is for making a project, right? Is a bigger application, but a script is like, do this one small thing for me. Small thing can be large, but still it's not on a project-wide scale. I don't know why this shit is not working. It's not making any sense. But like, if I go into the lobby, play single player, because that starts instantly, and that's why I've been able to play single player. If I plan heist, yeah, these don't work either. All the raycast shit is not. But wasn't I just... Was I not just playing? I was in here playing. Do I have to like re-import the physics package or something? Hello, whatever your name is. I'm just trying to figure out why this raycast stuff is happening. Yeah, this is not C++, this is C#, but... That's not... That should not be, because I'm not technically using... I'm using physical colliders, it's not UI colliders. But, I mean... Yeah, because that... This has been working for ages. It's just now, all of a sudden, it just like flipped a switch and stopped working. Like, I can show you here. So I have like physical colliders. This is the project. Is not a build. No, Unity did not update. I was working just as I was streaming earlier. It was working, and then all of a sudden it just stopped working. So you can see here, these are not... these are just box colliders, so they're not UI colliders. Wait, 1 second. It was working before. That's what I'm saying. It was working, and literally, I was streaming just earlier, playing through a level, and there were no issues. I just need to like clear up space in my MacBook for some reason. Okay, this is making very little sense though. Just a second. Hold on, I'm just clearing up some space here. I'm using Unity. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. I'm just reading up here on some stuff. Um, Wait, edit project settings. Edit project settings. File. And then like edit player settings. Maybe it's missing defines. It's not going viral. Well, I mean, this part is not super interesting, so edit or settings. Um, gonna try this. No. Okay, I'm gonna try to update on the Mac. Dude, this is so weird. I've never had a bug like this ever. Just a second. Yeah, see you later, dude. Okay. Boot up. The big heist. Okay. So camera main, we go to that, and then we just add, like, literally add a cube, just like as a sanity check to see that we're not mentally insane. And then we can do this, debug.log it. Nothing. Nothing. Lana, you said you couldn't talk to me? Oh yeah, interesting. That might be the case. Dude, why is this not working? Is this a new live? No? No, it's old. Like a year. Wait, how do I get the... Scene manager, isn't it like... Gets active scene. S.physics scene. Grow a garden. Yeah, that's classic. Can I like debug log the? Oh, hello. Welcome back, Jijisemi. Yeah, let's try deleting the No, that's not it. That's not it. Um It's literally just not sending any raycasts ever. And I know it's not sending raycasts because they're sending raycasts. I assume they're sending raycasts, but the problem is that they don't return any results. Because I'm assuming it doesn't collide with anything. We'll see if this is broken. No, I'm pretty sure it's not like not that. Let me explain. This part runs. I know this part runs. And I know this part runs because I can print stuff here. I've rendered the ray that is being cast. And I know that the ray is being cast because I render it here, right before this executes. This does not print. And this is the part that is supposed to happen in the event that the ray hits anything. Now, okay, you say, maybe it's not hitting just the UI. Okay, I put a cube in front of the camera, I click, doesn't hit anything. So obviously something is wrong. I start up my MacBook, I run the same scene, and it works. Now that should tell you that it's not a simple problem of like, ooh, you forgot to turn on this one thing. Like, it's far more insidious than that. Yeah, sure, dude. I'm just waiting for a re-import. I appreciate it, Neat Learning. We have a very strange bug. It might be I have to re-import or delete like caches and stuff. We'll see if that ends up being the case. If that is the case, I won't be able to stream anymore today until the import is done. I'll just have to like keep working on my MacBook, which is fine. But we'll see. We'll see if it works on my MacBook because I'm importing a bunch of stuff now as well. But that should tell us whether or not this bug is version or Windows specific. Because like this, if we do that, it should print out that there was no hit. Yeah, no hit. See, so it's sending the raycast, it's just not hitting anything. Okay, I mean, it's starting up on the Mac now, so we'll see here. We'll see. Oh, that's a max distance. Yeah, with like raycast, everything is still not hitting shit. So. Okay, let's see. Booting up. Ah, it's not working on Mac either. Okay. Yeah, so it's specific to the synced version here. Okay, so this narrows it down. This narrows it down. So let's see here. What could it be? What could it be? I mean, it's all just finding like raycast target, which is not super interesting. I wonder if there's like okay. Was there another diff? This is so strange. Is that the problem? It's not running physics? There's no physics active. Is that the problem? Oh my god. Why didn't I look for that? But why would he disable that? I think I solved it. Let's boot it up. Blah 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 nesting, blah 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 blah. Doesn't matter, dude. Trust me. Doesn't matter. People who obsessed over nesting, they don't live a happy life. Just reverts back to none. Is it? Look. This is where I draw the line. Here. If my lines cross this mark, then it's too much nesting. I've been working on this game for 5 years now. Trust me, if I was having troubles navigating my code because of nesting, I would have realized that and started to deal with it. Trust me. Early return clause can be just as bad, if not worse, than too much nesting. Because all of a sudden, your code just returns on you and like, why is it not here? And you're like, you know, at the bottom of your method, and it's like, oh shit, yeah, it returns at the start of the fucking method, and I forgot I had these guard clauses up at the top. So it's like, you know, the too much nesting meme is something that people latch on to, just like the GameDev too many if statements, you should use a switch instead, which is like, neither of those, too many if or too many switch, is a good option. You should probably opt for a better redesign of the entire system if that's your problem. But if your code sucks because of too much nesting, I just can't imagine too much nesting being like the biggest issue your code faces. I really don't. Well, that's what I'm saying. And nesting in the same way doesn't necessarily have to be something bad. It's a meme that people latch on to. Oh, you can't nest more than 3 times. If you nest more than 3 times, then you have to start using a return statement, an early return. Otherwise, it's a bad script. Now it works. Fuck yes. I think if you're a productive developer and your habits don't cause errors, then it doesn't matter. I'm sure if you're working on a team, you want to have a specific code style you want to adhere to, that's fine. If you're working for yourself, the best practice is whatever practice works for you, right? And I think the more you work, the more you find out what that is. And for me, worrying about nesting has never been an issue. I can't recall, except for when I was starting out, that I struggled with nesting. I mean, this is kind of a garbage script to begin with. Let's not lie. But any sort of issues you have with nesting generally are solvable by just highlighting, literally just hover your mouse, move the cursor over the brackets, and it's highlighting exactly the range in which you're working. Except that this seems to have been auto formatted. But yeah. This is an old ass script. I wrote this script I wrote and haven't touched basically at the start of the game. When I started making this game, I thought this script was the issue. It turns out it wasn't even the issue. The issue was that the physics package wasn't imported. So it's like, that sort of goes to show how irrelevant chasing those like standards of, oh, you should never nest more than 3 times. Like, I can't tell you the amount of people who come into the live and say that, oh, there's too much nesting, which is like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Just doesn't. Yeah, but again, it's like, it's about velocity, right? If all you're doing is worrying about architecture, refactoring constantly, you're not going to be a high velocity developer. The only reason I'm able to work as I do is because I spit out code, I spit out content, I spit out game features, and then when it comes to a point where it becomes unbearable to work with, that's when I refactor. I don't refactor something if it works. And like, I haven't gone back to this script. Like I said, I wrote this script 5 years ago. I haven't touched it since. And it's just been working. So why should I go back and refactor this? If you're being anal about like architecture, yes, you would go back and refactor it. But if you're a high velocity developer, it just doesn't matter. If it works, it works. I've refactored multiple of my own systems that I've written, but it's just, yeah. Many times I just don't do it to some things. And it turns out, yeah, this script was working completely fine, so there wasn't even any issue with it. And not only that, having not touched it in 5 years, going back to it, I instantly understood exactly what it was doing. So then it's also like, what sort of refactoring do I need then? I think we like to imagine that we like to imagine that there are best practices that will solve any and all problems, but truth is that very well architected projects can still ship with bugs. and can still be garbage to maintain, architecture won't like save an entire project. And that's why me personally, I don't worry too much about architecture. In my mind, the more important thing is performance. That's my number one. I don't like wasting performance. So that's what I always strive to. But architecture, you know, leave it or take it. It doesn't matter to me. If I can work with it, I can work with it. If it becomes unbearable, I refactor. Yeah, no, I fixed the issue. It was I guess my team member incorrectly disabled the entire physics of the Unity project. This is the first time anything like this has ever happened. And I'm surprised that Unity even lets you use the raycast, like just silently fails when using raycast if the physics are disabled. I think that's probably my number one most annoying thing. Number one annoyance in any sort of software is silent errors. If someone is doing something that they obviously shouldn't be doing, like calling a method for like calling a physics method when the physics are non-existent, that should throw an error. Silent errors are the bane of my existence. Which is also something I've noticed that the, you know, because I don't know what data AI is trained on, but it seems like AI loves to add like all of these early exit clauses that silently fail. Because for whatever reason, it's guarding against, like, it's better to have no error than to have an error because the method ran on incorrect data, you know? In my mind, it's better to send the right data to the method and then have the method complain at you loud and clear if the data is incorrect. Because otherwise you go on this wild goose chase. Penguinized is on Steam only, yeah. I don't have a PhD. I don't think I want to get a PhD either. From my understanding, I mean, you have to like love academics, but the thing is, even people who love academics will drop out of PhDs because it ends up being a game of politics, right? You just have to like friggin' play, you know, you don't get grants if you're working on things that people don't care about. And in order to find the things that people care about, well, then you have to find what is sort of politically relevant, and that's the game of politics, right? But it's like, I think my conspiracy theory, okay, not conspiracy theory, but my theory goes that people who are in academics, I mean, you know, they get shit pay, very much shit pay, and they're smart people. They could apply their knowledge elsewhere and become very, very rich and very, very successful if they wanted to. But I think that people in academics, the number one reason they're in academics is 50% a love for like what learning is, and a 50% love of like status. They want the titles, they want the citations, and that's more valuable to them than sort of any monetary compensation. I will be able to do that, yes. So Jay just sent me. If you send me over any game link, I'll give it a go, give it a try. I haven't done C++ with Unity. No, I don't know. I quite enjoy the canvas. And then they have this new like CSS like UI design thing, which is like, no, thank you. I do not want that. Like the new canvas or UI, whatever it's called. I don't know. I mean, when I first started out with Unity, they had the on GUI, which was absolute garbage. Okay, I'm not gonna shit on like coded UI, but the canvas, I just freaking love the canvas. It's there's like, I don't know, there's something just to me it's very intuitive how it works. I think once you get good with it, it's quite nice, quite nice. But then again, I make simple shitty UIs, you know, very simple shitty UIs. I wish there was a way to more easily edit like colors and settings for like groups of buttons. Yeah, UI toolkit. I mean, I know flex is a word. I took one course of web development in university first year, and it was like, yeah, you know, Flexbox, whatever fucking other shit there is. Divs. I don't know if I can know. I despise web dev. Honestly, I despise UI dev, but Canvas has made me come to terms with that. It's not so bad. But I mean, you'll notice in this game, it's all in world, the UI. Like I try to not do so much on-screen UI because I just like ray casting onto my UI. Oh yeah. The layout rebuilding is, I don't know what the fuck that shit is. It's not very performant, and I get like these on Mac OS in the editor. I get like these stutters from rebuilding the UI. It doesn't happen on Windows. So that I don't like. But I don't think that's, you know, that's not a problem inherent with the way that Canvas is structured. I think that's just a problem with the implementation. But I don't do fancy things with Canvas. I'm doing, you know, I'm rendering like these buttons. I'm rendering in the top left corner some shit, bottom left, bottom right, you know. rendering some health bars, some chat messages. It's not like advanced stuff I'm pulling off. I think if you're doing anything like more competent, you'd probably disagree that it's good. Maybe if you're like an actual UI designer. Do you think it's good to ask ChatGPT for code help? If you're starting out, no. Because you're just severely gimping your learning. If all you care about is making some shitty app to make a quick buck, and you have no respect for programming as like a skill, then sure, use ChatGPT. If you truly do not give a crap about, holy shit, what happened to you, little bro? Yeah, if you truly just don't give a shit, then use ChatGPT. But you're not going to learn anything using ChatGPT. You're just not. You can ask it to teach you things, and it can be pretty competent at that. But yeah, you're not going to learn anything by just having it code for you. Yeah, I think it's like anytime you modify anything in the UI, right? It will run a bunch of performance, and it's the same with like editing text mesh pro. Text is also apparently a huge. I fixed the bug. Yeah, I fixed it. Holy shit! Like the intensity of their ragdolls is insane. I think I need to modify the value for that. Ah, I'm stuck. What's the projectile? Like impact something? My game is already out on Steam in early access, so I think here bullet. We can probably remove the collision with the weapon layer. Collider dot exclude layers equals get mask. Melee weapon and weapon. Fuck. Okay. Guys, get ready. This is a Dark Souls of penguins. Holy shit. Whoa. Hey, bro, Snower. How price? I think it's $15, but we usually go for sale with 30% off, so it ends up being like $10. So I would suggest wait until sale. Is it colliding with on empty impact? Bullet triggered. Yeah, well, I mean, for me, it's like I have it at 15 so that I can go on sale, basically. So in my mind, I think, you know, if you're in a rush to buy it at 15. But if you're not in a rush, just wait for sale. I don't think there's any exclude layers. Maybe we can just do that in awake. Like, I don't know what the fuck the bullets are hitting. I need to have... Oh. Is it difficult to publish on Steam? I think you can't do it as a minor. You need to have your parents' permission. It's not difficult, but it takes a little bit of time. Because you need to, I mean, you need to set up the store page. You need to get all the assets in place. Obviously, you need to have the build of the game, you know, but that's generally the hardest part. Then it's a $100 fee, which is not much in relation to how much you can put, you know, potentially earn. But yeah, I would say maybe don't publish to Steam as a minor. Try to just hone your skills as a developer and post when you're actually of age. Keep posting on itch.io. Don't rush to a Steam release. That's my suggestion. Let's see. Because it doesn't let us know. I used Photon Bolt, and then I switched to Photon Fusion, so it was both Photon. Photon Bolt is trash. Don't use Photon Bolt. Biggest mistake of my life. No, it wasn't so bad, but there were many way better options. Oh, you can't have network. Oh, it's property only, so you could do this. Or I guess it would be network object. And then here we can just do Photon Bolt sounds outdated from the name, probably because I've never heard of it. Yeah, dude, it was basically the year we started using it, Fusion came out. And then, you know, we'd worked on the game for like 6 months and we're like, do we change now? Nah, let's just keep using what we have. And then, you know, fast forward another 6 months and we're like, we want to update Unity. We update Unity. It's like, oh shit. Bolt doesn't compile for this version of Unity. So we contact the Bolt people. We contact Photon and they're like, oh sure, we can compile a version for this specific version of Unity. And so they send us a compiled version for this update of Unity. They're like, but we're not doing it again. We're like, thank you. And then we stuck around on this version of Unity for as long as we could. And then we're like, we want to go to Unity 6. And also, we're kind of tired of this Bolt bullshit. So maybe it's time to switch. And I'm like, okay, sure. And I'm still working with the fallout from that switch today. But mostly just because I don't want it to be like, the worst thing that can happen in my mind is like we switch from Bolt to Fusion and it's worse in Fusion than it was in Bolt. That's embarrassing. So that's why I'm trying to get things, you know, right. Actually, we can just do this. Bullet owner dot get components in children collider. Photon is mostly set up, but needs some optimization to be noticeable. Yeah, I mean the thing is like you can have the best networking tool in the world, but you can still absolutely shoot yourself in the foot if you're not being smart or if you're not capable with the tool. I was doing that at the start. But you know, they give you more than enough diagnostic tools to sort of see how much data are you sending and how often are you sending it. And that's really all that matters. Because the thing is, there are physical limitations to networking. There's bandwidth and there's ping. And you can't escape the two. Now, you could have the most amazing bandwidth in the world, sure, and there are many such cases, but ping generally does not always guarantee that it is perfect. And then also you have package drops. You know, that's also an issue. Packets will drop. And you just sort of have to work around that. And if you're not being smart, even with the best tool, yeah, you can have things be shit. Is .NET Core something on your mind? Saw that Unreal 5 official C# pattern was running I mean, Unity has like a custom version of .NET that's very old and outdated. I've never worked with .NET, but from what people are saying, they're quite upset about the lack of parity between recent .NET features and Unity. But yeah, I'm using some free network pack called PerNet for some time now. Yeah. No, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, you know, the reason I like the idea of Photon is because I feel like they have an incentive to keep making their product better, and the whole idea of customer support and like forums, but also the potential of like, if I want to go multi-platform, that's going to be way less of a headache than had I written the entire networking structure surrounded, like integrated with Steam, for example, because then I have to like peer through Steam lobbies and stuff, which um yeah, I don't even know, like, maybe I should have read into this at some point, but I actually don't know what .NET is. I just know it's some suite of features that are packaged up and generally used in like back-end software development. Is that like generally a correct assumption? It's the program that runs compiled C# binaries programs. Okay. Yeah, I probably should have known that. Penguin Theft Auto is going well, although I'm working on Penguin Heist right now, which is the OG. Trying to finish this update here. Okay. What aspect ratio? Isn't it 16 by 9? Where's the desktop? 2560, 1440. Yeah. I mean, I probably have it stretched out. This is probably stretched out on the stream. So that's why. I don't know if there was a reason I did that or just because the model was already stretched. Wait, I'm just gonna be right back. I need to use the... I'm synchronizing anyway, so... Here. All right. I took a little lunch. You must excuse me. All right, all right. Why did this become the de facto symbol for AI? Two little twinkly stars. Shit. Okay. Okay, there we go. Host. We'll see if this works. The Claymore. Whoa. Okay. Um. Yeah, it's not recompiled, is it? Hello, Cheeton. What's up? How are you doing? Oh, collider's not set. Okay. Well, that's stupid. Currently learning game dev in Unity. Awesome, dude. I don't know why it's not. Yeah, it's not traveling. Hmm. Oh, I guess because the same issue is... There we go. AS. Yeah, so true. Shit. I mean, you don't need a friend. That's not a necessity. Shit, okay. My guy is fast. I would say my recommendation goes start with a small project. And shit. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to not die here. Hey yo, what's up, Slorb? I'm just playing Penguinized. I mean, I was also the first programmer. I was the first person in my family to go to university. So, educational background of your family doesn't have to hold you back. Ah, god damn it. But I think focus on making small projects. Like that's what I tell everyone who asks me for like tips. Dude is so scuffed. I need to fix King Pingnar. He's absolutely entirely scuffed. Add this as well. Who's with me? Okay, so mostly okay, but let's try to address some issues. And let's also look at, I think it's the demon, right? Because that's what King Pignar is a copy of. I think he's the... Yeah. Okay, let's look. It's Ingnar. King Pingnar mines. Get out me mines. I'm King Pingnar. I will smite thee. King Pingnar. The feeble. The feeble. No, the accursed. King Pingnar, the accursed. Wait, actually, what? Why is he? Hey, Back, what's up? My name's not Back. Hey, yo, Not Pop, what's up? What's up, Not Pop? Yeah, it's still the shooter. This is just a little boss fight here. We call it the Not Pop boss fight. Yep. The Not Pop boss fight. Yeah, that's sort of what it is. Not boss fight. Yeah, it's a good name for a boss fight. Yeah, for sure. We're gonna see if this works now. I don't know. I should have like the TP command from Detective Penguin, but oh right, yeah. Hey. Mm. Oh my god, I think I'm done porting this shit. Can't wait for it to just not work. Oh, I probably have the fun part of making it edit, drag, transform properly. So fun. Love UI. That's a nice love letter to UI there. Based. That's hardcore, dude. I'm gonna try this King Pignar shit. Yeah. Okay, King Pignar. This is the real heist. Using the editor to map yourself into a boss fight. Let's see. What is your local scale? Accursed. Yeah. Oh, 0.01. Now we're talking. Amerikig Bingnar. Shit. Hey yo, what is this? Dark Souls? Got him. Got him. Yee-hoo. I still need to try it in multiplayer though. And also figure out what the shart is going on with the claymore. See the vector 3 dot up times 0. Okay, show me dropped item. What the shart is going wrong? Find game objects with tag. Is this range? Do I have to say like target entries equals? Oh, yeah, okay, we're not even using it. That's why. Okay, let's see. We just finished keeping our mines. We can go to the gold flipper hideout. Yeah! Fucking bullshit. Okay, let's try this. Dot mass. All right, enemy. Oh, we should do this. Fuck, we don't have the... If is controlled, I think is better. Hmm. Just vote restart here because I want to see. Wait, if state health. Why would it just be 0 also? Yeah, because I want some more weight. There we go. Fuck. Very much so. Yeah, I would argue it's been very much productive. I've been optimizing a bunch, fixing some bugs. I mean, we had a weird bug at the start, but it wasn't even a bug, honestly. It was just like a error. Maybe that's, I don't know. Maybe it's a bug. It was a weird one, at least. But now we're good, and we're doing a bunch of optimizations, working through this list here as I go. Trying to just make the sort of weight of enemies a bit more heavy. Because it used to be that you'd shoot enemies and they'd be like, zoom off, you know? Robber boss fight, I added that as a meme. That's a meme. I'm not adding robber boss fight. Dude, I'm so happy I never had to work with story points outside of university. It's so absolutely bullshit. Again, I've said this before, but if story points worked, and if agile worked, and if planned projects worked, if all these methods worked, every single project would be releasing on time, but they don't. They don't. Because people are imperfect. Yep. Like, it's so much satisfying when they don't just fly away halfway across the map. Like that. Like, that's freaking awesome. I think it's another conspiracy theory that the only reason you have these sort of story points and shit is to justify sort of the wages for the middle and upper management. Because if they don't have anything to manage, you know, then that sucks. And by adding more overhead to management, by having like these regular meetings, story point discussions, and what's it called when you have sprints and stuff, that just gives them more meat on the bone to chew on, you know. Second part is it gives shareholders a sense of insight into the project. So you have those two things, and it justifies sort of their positions in the company. Yeah, enemies don't fall over the way I want them to. Yeah, I think generally you don't need so many eyes on a ball. I just don't see that as being realistic. Um, I think a lot of upper and middle management, you know, it's in their best interest to have more things to manage, because if they don't have enough things to manage, their existence no longer is justified. And yeah, I mean, it just becomes this paradox, right? Because it's like, yeah, technically you want a company to be like as lean as possible, but every single person you have hired here at the company, uh, you know, their existence depends upon managing shit. Hey, thank you, Macaroni. Bah! Like here, what is this? What am I shooting? What? Oh. I know what I'm shooting. It's the color. Yeah, but that's the thing. It's like there were only so much things to manage in a day. Like there really are. Once the workers are off, you know, to the races doing the things they're supposed to do, your only point as a manager is to like wait until you can manage them again. And like up until that happens, your existence is essentially irrelevant. If we're looking at like, I mean, take a restaurant, for example. Like the manager will run the entire business, right? They'll hopefully they'll be doing the hiring. They'll be taking care of whatever, you know, economy. They'll be, you know, doing like the maybe bookkeeping. like there's a bunch of shoes to fill, but the more you approach middle management, it's like you have no skin in the game beyond the position of manager. But yeah, that's the thing. It's like as the manager role, the strictly looking at manager role without looking at, you know, the side gigs that a manager can do is a very small role. It requires basically an a complete oversight of what the project is, where it is, and where it should be. Right? Those are just the only thing you need to be a manager. And then of course, whatever people skills to be able to actually effectively communicate with let's see here. With people, right? But it's just I don't see the role of manager as being so entirely relevant to projects. Like, yes, you can't see a project through to completion without some sort of visionary who has an idea of what the project is, but you don't need to stand up every single day. And the thing is also, like, so many managers are incompetent. They don't even know the half of what their workers are doing. And they could say, you know, they could argue that, well, I'm just the manager. I'm not supposed to know this. You're supposed to know this. But I mean, you could at least get like a surface level idea of what the frick the people working under you are doing, rather than sitting like twiddle your thumbs, you know? Yeah. The problem is that the bullets will hit this. Okay, well, then we can say... you're a slave to the corp, you're replaceable, pay is shit, especially in Europe. If you get passionate managers, plus designers will just get in the way. Oh yeah, if you get passionate managers and designers will just get in the way. Yeah. And it's also like extra work is not rewarded. That's the thing. When you're working for yourself, if you put in an extra 8 hours, you'll get compensation for that. If you want to put in 8 extra hours at your job because you're passionate about the job, they'll be like, sorry, we don't offer any overtime. Get screwed. And worst case, they'll ask you to work overtime and then not even compensate you for it, you know? Many such cases. Yeah, that I think that's probably my favorite part about, and why I feel like, you know, sometimes when I'm done with stream, I'll just keep working because it's like, oh yeah, you know, I just want to do this other thing and just not do it on stream because I'm just having fun with this. I am doing good. Imagine making millions of dollars for your company and getting $60K at the end of the year, maybe a 5K. Yeah, exactly. Which is like, yeah, awesome, dude. Yay! Um. Get killed, Gold Flipper! You've adopted your last robber. Oh, get away, get away. No! Shit. Come here, come here. Yeah. This game isn't so bad. Game's not so bad. Look, this is how you blow this up. So you pick up an enemy. Oh shit. Wait, 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 wait. And then. Shit, he didn't blow it up. Wait, I need to get away. Yeah. I don't know why the... it's like the center of mass is not... Yeah, this swinging thing. or is on ladder. Bitch. Oh. I wonder, can we like render the center of mass? There's no draw sphere. That's the thing. There's no damping on the arms, but if I is greater than 2, I guess. Wait, parts? No, okay. I need to see what is the body forward. Like, what? All the fucking swinging. Yeah, I guess this won't take effect until we restart. So let's just beat the level and Damn. Snap his back in half. That's some crazy shit. Yippee! Shit. Okay, we're good. To the beach. BC. Ooh ah. Okay. We finished that one, so we can just go to this one and we'll kill some dudes and see what's up. Range. Is because the ghost bones. Oh wait, I think I know. Um, yeah. Give it 10 seconds. Sweet. And he's back up and walking. Knocked out. Give it a while. Awesome. Yeah, I don't know. Activate ragdoll. Maybe there should be like not pose on, but um blow drive. Like, why does it feel that like they're not simulating gravity? Weird.
I am Rich Rick, the richest
But
penguin on this side of the equator.
Alice_Svaria cheered 300 bits.
hey
I think
yo,
you need a hat, Goidel.
thank you for the poop hat. Appreciate it. It looks like shit. It's a shitty hat. Like, the problem is that he's too stable on these long feet. Can do this. Private float foot radius start or awake foot radius equals let foot not get component here. No, capsule collider. Not radius dot height. Length. And then activate all. If not freeze. If let's see if they fall over now that we give them a little round feet. Like he's just trying to stand up. Like part of him never bent over in the first place. Is it the angular damping? Now they should be falling over. Please, God, please fall over. Like, my little dude. You're not hitting your belly on anything. Like, why are you trying to repose yourself? Um, isn't there like add force? Struggling? No, I'm just debugging. Because here there shouldn't be... Linear damping is still 50. Yeah, that's the thing. So that's probably the main issue then. Yeah, okay. Center of mass. Epic. Looking good. Okay. Nice. That wasn't even on the list, so I guess cool. See, always follow logic. Sync gravity. Robber boss fight, of course, can't forget that. Gravity. I think this is the thing, set gravity. Should be an RPC. Everybody's been asking, when's the robber boss fight? When's the robber boss fight? And all I can say is, in due time, in due time. Don't worry, it's gonna happen. It's not so serious. Robber boss fight at Aruba. Funny avatar, man. Thank you, Branko Dinnick. Funny name. Branko. Branko. Now that's funny. See, if I was using Vim now, I would do CIW, change in a word, and that would allow me to fill this in. But now I have to be like, press a backspace one time. God damn it. That's horrible. One key press instead of three. Mm. Let's see. The Pungalantis door lights. Bingus. What you making? I'm making a penguin game, Penguin Heist. You ever heard of it? I'm also adding the robber boss fight. Ah, Mr. Penguin. Hello. Yes, hello, Mr. Penguin. You guys ever heard of the robber boss fight? Basically, let me give you guys the lore. So, Robber shows up at the fish factory where he has his freak offs, and then, well, one thing leads to another, and there's a boss fight. I've never beat the robber boss fight, just like I've never beat No Nut November. Yep. But that's a story from my private and high school days. I'm not gonna go any deeper into that. Fungalantis door lights. Yeah, okay. What do you think about penguin mating? It's controversial. Controversial. It won multiple Game of the Year awards. Penguinized. Surely you must have. No, I think he's talking about the robber boss fight. He's not familiar with. Obviously he's familiar with Penguinized, but he's talking about he's never heard of the robber boss fight. It's on the list here, number 9, robber boss fight. I don't know. I should just give this dude a fucking mustache. Never heard of game. No, you've heard of it. You've heard of it, I'm sure. That's you're lying now. I mean I appreciate a good joke though. Of course you've heard of Penguinized. It's just the robber boss fight that you're confused about. But don't worry, it's number 9 on the list. It's gonna get added very soon. Once I add the robber boss fight, the players are gonna be flooding to the game. Penguinify, yes. Penguinify. That's a spell from Harry Potter, right? Penguinify. Let's see here. No music in background. Ah, shit. I guess the playlist is over. An error occurred. We have the Lord of the Rings lo-fi beats. Man, I love lo-fi beats. Just can't get enough. Lo-fi beats got me feeling like I can take over the world. Like I can beat the robber boss fight in No Nut November. Triple N, I call it. Triple N. At least that's what my friends call it in my private and high school days. I never did beat No Nut November, but I learned all the lore. And I know all the characters. But perhaps that's a story for another day. Okay. Reminds you of Borderlands? It's because of the outlines. I like Borderlands. They're releasing Borderlands 4. You guys know that, right? But I haven't played Borderlands 3, so maybe I'm not all caught up on the story. Although I could compromise and, you know, just not play Borderlands 3, but read up on all the story and the characters and the lore. I guess I could do that. Although, I don't know, maybe I have to beat the robber boss fight first. Okay. I think that's that. Ultra Fish Light. Yeah, I think that's the thing. Um, sweet. Wait, okay. Or target root equals or not target root. If vehicle dot there. And that's something we have to test. Then we've done all of it, except for the robber boss fight, number 9. Holy shit, you guys are hyped for the robber boss fight? Fucking love robber boss fight. What about robber tacos? Tacos at Robber Island. Okay, I'm gonna just take a little leg stretcher, so I'll be right back. Oh, I am muted. Yeah, I'm waiting for my computer to import shit. So I'm playing this I can't stand this lure. Local marks. What is a mark? A mark is an exact location in the text you can teleport to or use as a command parameter. It is invisible in Vim, but here in TextLine it's marked with a flag. Okay. What are local markers? Are marks that are private to the text you're currently on. Lowercase. Two different texts can have the mark A on both of them at the same time, while each mark denotes a different location. What are global marks? I guess they're global in all texts. I just know they exist, but you should really talk with Mr. Blue about that. He's an expert. How can I use marks? You just find the backtick button to jump to a mark before. I know you had it before. You should type backtick followed by the mark name. Okay. How can marks help me destroy Big Bug? Oh yeah, exciting. But yeah, this teaches Vim motions. Vim speed. Okay. Like, am I supposed to move through all these bushes? Because that feels a bit absurd to me. I can't even use the word. Oh, imported. This feels a bit bullshitty. I'm not gonna lie. Wait, I'm just gonna try to go to that. And that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 pipe. No, 9 pipe. Oh, that just kills me. Okay, great. Um, I missed my motions. This can't be it. Like, am I missing something? I mean, am I missing something? Is this really just Dude, this one's just on a fucking loop. Okay, let's just host the game and see what the fuck happens. Okay, okay. There we have something. It's blinking. Okay, so that's 1L, 3L, 66, pipe, 54, no, 54 piped. Oh. I mean, I am not finding the command. Okay, I'll just take a break now. Back to work. That was all I needed. Maybe I just need to start using Vim and accept that I'm not going to be so fast. Okay, so let's try Kingpin Our Minds. Balls! I haven't heard that since the robber boss fight in the fish factory. Okay. Oh shit, yeah. We should lie on top. was this? Oh, okay, it's partial changes. But this one has the proper reload. Okay, I didn't reload properly. Well. I might sell this thing. This makes UI easier. Humane UI. Is it Unity? Or is this something you came up with? Like your own proprietary system? Okay. Entirely new product, guys. We got Humane UI coming soon. Available in a store near you. Yeah, but that's what I assume. You found like some solution that does God's work, you know? Yeah, object reference not set. Basically just does layouting, sizing, positioning, CSS style, but then tells the rect transform where to be. Well, I mean, wouldn't you... The moment it's static, you would just have to maintain a cached value and reference the cached value to see if there's any difference. Like you have like some dirty modifier and say like, okay, it's dirty, now update like... Yeah, okay, so move speed does get set. Oh, okay, yeah, I see. Did I just kill him? Hello, Irani Ball. Balls. Because I find that, you know, many packages will have like this, you know, they don't cache anything. So they're assuming if you're setting something, you just want it to be like a completely fucking fresh set and do all the calculations. And I find that to be way too common in essentially all assets I've worked with. And I mean, it's the same in a lot of Unity, you know, built-in features where it's like, I don't know, I'm setting the position of something and they're like, okay, you set the position. Well, let's recalculate the entire transform tree because this position is obviously new, even though I'm setting it using like an integer value. And it's like, if you just maintain some sort of cache value of my sets, this wouldn't be an issue. And like the memory cost of maintaining those cached values is like next to none versus the processing cost of having fucking however many milliseconds it takes to like do the fresh set. Yeah. I don't know. I wish I was organized enough to want to deal with FBX instead of Blender models, but yeah, I just love how quickly I can prototype using just Blender. And I just keep the Blender assets in the project. I don't know if that has any implications for like build size, but I don't think so. Haven't looked into that actually. But at least in terms of how quickly I can work with things. I suicided myself. Exactly. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, it's a bad example because I mean, you're dealing with like floating points, right? But anytime you're dealing with any sort of value set through integer, you know, you can do a strict comparison there. Floating points, it starts becoming a little bit more fuzzy, but there's nothing saying you can't maintain a cache value for there if the set is very expensive, right? And that's what I'm saying. Like, we're talking about like a supposedly high level engine, right? Providing you high level language features, maintaining cache, like maintaining cached values for those kinds of sets should not be something you have to worry about. Like, that should be something afforded to you by the engine, that it just automatically caches those, because no developer is going to be like, I don't know if I want to maintain another float value in memory, because, well, floats naturally take up a lot of space, and then it might not run so fast. They're too comfy with externs for running a .NET runtime with the most outdated mono. If they upgrade to .NET CLR, it would basically native speeds. Well, that would be kind of based. I don't mind speeds. Well, the thing is, I wouldn't even want to modify it, dude. The reason I'm using an engine is because I don't want to have to tinker with the engine. I like programming paradigms. I like programming. I like writing efficient code. But at the same time, you know, when you're working with an engine, a lot of that is obscure to you, and rightfully so. But it's sort of like, yeah, I don't know. Hello, Bardiak. What's up? Let's try some survival. I don't know, maybe the swamp survival? I think that's one of my favorites. We need more survival maps, dude. No katana, we use the minigun. We're going like all out. This is what you know, I don't know if you guys played Call of Duty, but there used to be this thing called the noob tube, which was like this grenade launcher thing attachment to your weapon. That's what this combo feels like. The Mjolnir minigun and bazooka is like the noob tube of penguinized. In a sense, aren't we messing with the engine all the time, making dynamic meshes, shaders, etc.? It's where you draw the line thing. Yeah, I don't know. I think we're messing within the confines of the engine, I would say. To me, it's different. It's a different thing to like, you know, make your own shaders or whatever, because they provide the tools to make the So to me that's a very distinct difference when it comes to like opening up the source code and changing the way that the engine runs is very different to me. I think it's, yeah. The less I have to think about the internals of the engine, and to me, like, the engine is stuff that just isn't affecting the gameplay at the end of the day. Stuff that, I guess the line starts to blur when you're talking about like networking and stuff, because that is very systems focused and not necessarily gameplay focused. But you know, if it's not visual, if it's not whatever, like the moment they hand over the shaders, the shader control to you, you have like full visual control. So I don't know, it's semantics at the end of the day, isn't it? I'm not using HTML to make this game, no. Wish I was, dude. Wish I was. I don't know if there's even pathfinding here. No, there is. Are they all going to him? Just ignore me, will you? I guess. I don't know. Shit! No, he's dead. But yeah, I guess for example, I don't want to have to think about implementing the systems for importing like a JSON or something. Like that should just be built in. Loading audio just built in. Like so many things that are sort of like these background features that just, you know, they should just be built in. I told the AI to make a game and it said you have to create a file in HTML format. Yeah, dude. I freaking love going on Steam and downloading an HTML file. You're gonna make it big. You show great promise as a game developer. Trust me, guy. This is definitely your line of work. Keep prompting that AI for HTML files, and you'll make it big one day. You're gonna make great things. Trust me. Make great things. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's sort of like these, you know, more close to hardware operations that I could do them maybe, but it's like I don't want to beat my head against the wall for implementing them, and then like a new standard, new format is like, oh, I don't want to use Blender anymore and I want to switch to this other format or whatever, and it's like, yeah, I don't know, I don't want to deal with that. It's not interesting to me. Let's see. I think this is the thing. Like, we shouldn't. I'm gonna just try this. I know it looks weird because I'm replacing it with true. It's just for testing purposes. Penguin robber. Let's see here. Survival manager spawned. Restart. Oh. Yeah, that was the thing also. Do you want us to publish your game if you perfected it? Yes, please publish my game. I'll send it over to you in an HTML document. I got in a friendly argument with someone at work yesterday because they told me I should stop learning to code because AI will make that useless. Here's the thing that I don't think people realize is that by the time AI can genuinely replace all coders, the least of your worries is the fact that AI has replaced you as a coder. At that point, you're living Skynet. You have AGI. The moment an AI can grasp like a full-size project and work autonomously, it doesn't matter that you lost your job because the end of the world is here already. Like, we're talking full-scale AI autonomy. You set one of those AI agents free to do what they will, and they will eliminate us. Okay? That's the thing. A fully capable AI that can code at whatever they want. It's already proven that, like, AI have some level of self-preservation. Even like the simpler ones. So. But again, no AI has proven that it's that good. So. Someone took AI into a vending machine and the AI filed like 300 reports to the FBI because the vending machine was missing $2. Oh yeah. Oh, it's on Steam. Look up Penguin Heist. It's free for you, my friend. $100. I'm not from USA? Okay. 10 rubles. Just kidding. 1 million rubles. Where you from, my friend? I can give you a special price. Don't be shy. Oh, Iranian. Yes, okay. 1 million Iranian dollars then. Take it or leave it. Oh yeah. Vietnam is very based for that. Ah! Ooh, with the power of Thor, I command you. Back off. Ah. Ah. Yeah, let's do for you 1 million Iranian rials. Yeah? Special price. 1 million. Just for you, my friend. Actually, never mind. 10 million. 10 million special price for you. Just for you. Yeah, 10 million. 10 million. I don't want to give it away for free. I've been scammed. Ah! Look, this is how you do it. And we're safe. $4 million reals. I'm starting to like this currency. Maybe I should move to Iran. Become really rich. Speedrun to become a millionaire. Oh. Is it 500 per round? I guess so. Okay, let's see. Did I have anything else on that list? This one. Pretty based. Okay. I will synchronize my work and I'm going to say I'm done for the day. I'm going to go and prompt up some HTML games tonight. I'm going to sit down, get some lotion, sit down and prompt up some HTML games and then sell them. I'm going to see, I'll return when I become a millionaire. Thinking about making Wordle 2. See the off-brand sequel to Wordle 1. As bought by New York Times. Imagine how much bank that guy made. I bet he coded that with an AI. God, I wish I were him. Well, y'all have a good rest of your day. We'll see. Maybe I'll be back with a nice prompted Wordle 2.0. Full HTML file available for free. I'll see y'all later. Have a good one, and bye. Bye.